doing a thumbnail for this one. Let's begin. Okay, let's draw this guy right here. Zoom this in. I'm going to start with our 3 movable masses. This is our head, torso, pelvis. Let's proportion it out. So we go 1, 2, 3. Oh, I totally messed that up. 1, 2. Wow, I did not do that right. That doesn't make sense. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, it does make sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Oh wow, I almost got it down without even doing the proportions. That's pretty crazy. The decade. I actually did a decade today. That's kind of funny they put that one in there. Okay, so here's another hard thing about these drawings is that, or I guess multi-figural drawings. So that's what we're going to try and do. Is we're going to try and figure out how to place the next figure in here. And I think we could do that somewhat within that proportion. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, let's do this one 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do this one like 5.5. One, 2, 3, 4. So we're actually changing up some of these proportions up in here. We're going to be using a little bit different proportions, so this is actually somewhat a very strange drawing. Oh my goodness. One, 2, 3. That's totally off.
So I'll start off with just like a normal feeble, nothing spicy.
And then we're going to have another figure right here. We're going to try and do 3 figures up in here.
Okay, I think. We'll find out. Let's do a feeble whole thing.
How are we going to do this? This is going to be very hard. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I'm going to be finishing this one.
Okay, so let's really crawl. Pop out early. I mean, I'm doing it every try. But I don't know if it's just because I do that trick so much and it's easy. Or.
Dude, this one's so hard.
Let me really go slow and grind to a stop.
Let's take the same head size, I guess. I'm trying.
So what I think is going on is
guy right here.
But I don't know. It feels fine. I don't think there's a negative downside to it. Can I cover everything? Oh, I guess I should do blunt slides, even though I'm like positive that's not going to be effective. Also, this ledge is kind of sticky for that, so. It's sticky though, and I don't want to wax it because then I just murder the next person for skating, so I'll try each of them like twice and then I'll land them.
Dude, this one's gonna be a trip.
So sticky.
You see what we're drawing, everybody? This one is, I'm not very good at the multi-figural scenes.
So I'm sitting in the shade, getting my exposure. Of course, thinking that's the one thing I do too much besides probably skateboard. And my switch flips, I don't know how they came out on camera, but they felt way more controlled and less mob. They were definitely leveling out to some degree. And I was like, well, that's weird. I guess it's just because the board's smaller.
Let's go into with our next layer.
But then I started thinking, this stick-esque shape is like kind of counterbalanced, but on the ends, like it's like heavier on the ends because there's less weight in the middle. So it made me start thinking, if you get your weight to this side, and flip
Removable
down,
masses.
it has more reason to tweak down because there's more weight up there than like what you're dealing with in the middle. So maybe this might help with bob kickflips. I'm not positive. That's just like a theory, just based on the fact that my switch flips aren't as bad as they normally are. But I'll play with it more. Obviously, there'll be more updates. I might actually skip this board for a couple days. Just because it's already set up and I hate setting up boards. So at this point in the video, I hope you're paying attention to not just like the fact that I'm doing tricks, but maybe trying to look a little bit closer, maybe pausing the video a little bit to see if anything is different. Because as much as like I keep saying in the video, like everything works fine, there are some different feels to a couple things, which in some instances could be very good. I think skateboarding varies for everyone. Like I think if you look at the way one person sits on a crooked grind, some people prefer to have their foot more towards the tip of the nose. Some people prefer to have it more in the pocket. This board kind of regulates like where a lot of your foot positioning is because the way the board's laid out, which makes you very, very, very consistent in always putting your feet back in the same spot. Since I filmed this video, I've started skating the football shape that I was used to skating, and it wasn't weird transitioning back in a bad way, but it was
I think this is gonna work.
Kind of hips on the board to indicate where like my feet should be or where I would normally flick. Because having that extension past the midpoint of the board, where the board kind of like tapers out again, is very nice. It's like, oh, I know I'm not.
Should we send it? Oh, this one is gonna be very, very challenging, everybody. Oh, this one's gonna be brutal. Little rabbit.
And am I going to slide faster? There's like less meat in the middle. How are rails going to feel? If it's a big over nose in the tail. How are crooked grind's going to sit? Like the shape of the nose. The ledge is one thing. There's more surface to kind of catch or drag on.
Now the hard part is going to be how do we get this to fit in this paper? That I need to actually look back and see how we're doing this. I think we're gonna have it like that. So basically, what I was trying to envision, this dude, this guy's gonna kill him. This guy's trying to be a peacekeeper. And there's a rabbit. For some odd reason. Maybe a squirrel over here. Peering in. And maybe over here there will be some like ravens, like whoosh, whoosh. Now the thing is, I'm also picturing like this guy might have a weapon too, right? So then it would kind of be like, well, do we always have to love our enemy? What happens if this guy was trying to kill that guy, right? So that it's going to be, I think this is a deeper theological thing to think about because it's like, I don't know. Man, this one's going to be crazy. And we did do this whole thumbnail too up in here. Which honestly, I should actually have done it like this where I place it in a perspective grid. Maybe that's what I should do on this one, but I think I'm just going to send it because I don't know if we're going to put any like background elements really. We can, I mean, I guess maybe that's what I should do. Maybe we should plan this out in a perspective grid. Let's see. Let's see if we can do that actually. So we're going to do one more thumbnail. Maybe we'll do this. Nah, I kind of want to just send it. Because I do know when I do the perspective grid many times, it's like I start thinking way too much about all this other stuff, but what do you think? I think I'm going to be able to just send it, but I know this is actually why I don't like doing multi-figural ones, is because it's very hard to figure out all of this stuff, so yeah, let's just send it. Let's just see if we can send this. This is going to be very, very challenging, everybody. We're entering into I guess not uncharted territory, but a territory where I am actually very, very, very bad at doing multi-figural work. I kind of want to put this up here. So we have our thumbnail up here, by the way, right above the drawing so I can see it. We are going to be starting. Actually, maybe I should change the. We'll just watch this anyway. Oh, it's okay. Good background. Or should I put music on? I'll just figure this out. Okay, so we're going to be starting with this pencil right here. And we're going to be trying to set this in here, I guess. I think how we're going to start it out is we're just going to start out with trying to establish the figure and then maybe trying to establish the proportions first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5 maybe. And then just thinking right here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 maybe a little bit longer. And then the next one, we're going to take this 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. That would be the end of the knees. So I think this might fit in here. Let's give it a go, a first push through. So we'll start with our line of action. Let's try and put our placements in here, our 3 movable masses. So that's So this is 1, 2, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. I feel like I messed this up. 1, 2, 6. Oh, I did mess it up. Oh, I did mess that up. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 right there. Okay, we got this guy down. Let's try and draw this guy. We'll put on music. We'll put on music. Let's see here. I guess I kind of want to watch this one, honestly. But we'll just put on music. Let's put on playlists. Let's put on Flat Blessings. Oh yeah, and then I can put on music here. Make this fit in the screen. And then we can listen to some music. Let's see here. Playlist, drawing music. Where's my drawing music? Where is my drawing music playlist? It should be in here somewhere. Where is it? I guess I'll just put on this right here. Wow. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. We're twisting this pelvis. See how this is, so see how this block is like, what's a good representation? I guess this might be a good representation. See how this, if we can imagine this is like the block right here. This one's like this, right? I guess it would be good like that. So this block right here is like that. And look at the pelvis. What's the pelvis like? The pelvis is like that. And this is actually, and so these things move like that a lot. Now this one actually might be changed. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 7. Oh, I guess it will work. So he's about almost right underneath him. We're actually changing up. We're gonna have this as normal proportion. This is normal proportion. In the thumbnail, we didn't do that. But we also have to remember, since this is normal proportion, his feet are gonna actually be underneath here, which I actually kind of don't like that, but I'm gonna have it like that. Okay, so since we're doing normal proportion, let's take this proportion. See, we actually did these similar proportions right here. This is similar as well. So if we know that the human body is built up within segments of the head, we can figure out a crouching position. And we actually kind of learned this from the bearing our cross ones. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5, which we actually might push this down a little bit, because if his feet are right there, this might get pushed down just a tad. So we do kind of remember that we did, so let's try that one right there. And let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. That is probably gonna work. Mm-hmm. What? Here, wait up. I'm still streaming. Are you gonna be okay?
Sure.
Are you gonna bet?
No, I just got out.
Because it gets really hot in here. I do have the AC, but it gets loud. Come on, Jackerson. Oh, maybe you turn off when we're done. Okay, where were we at? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. This, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 is at the end of the kneecap. So then let's place our line of action. Let's place our head, torso, 3 movable masses. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of, wait. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So 3 movable masses. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and a 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and a half. It's gonna be weird. It might not work, huh? Deltoid bicep. Oh, I didn't have it like that. Deltoid bicep. Bible. This looks kind of janky. Should we do it like this? I almost kind of want to push that back, but it seems like it would work in theory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably I push that a little bit too far out. There we go. It's gonna be like, love your neighbor? I mean, it would be weird though, right? So then it would be strange, like, what do you do in a situation like this, right? It's like, I don't know. I guess that's why we're doing this drawing. Probably put the verses from right here. Oh yeah, we're gonna put crows and ravens and stuff. I think we're ready to send it to the next degree, everybody. Have some more salt. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Should we send this? Let's look at the thumbnail. So this right here is built up from this. We actually changed it a little bit though, but roughly it's pretty similar. Let's send it, everybody. No turning back now. We just gotta go with it. We got a 1 sitting deadline, everybody. So let's go. Line of action for this figure is the spine of the figure. We will be establishing the 3 movable masses, which is the head, the torso, and the pelvis. These masses of shape are called the 3 immovable masses because they have a limited range of movement because of it is built upon the spine. Yeah, then just take all that I'm saying with a grain of salt, right? But I feel like all art teachers should be doing this, right? I mean, every art teacher should at least be doing an illustration a sitting. It'd be weird. I honestly, it would be weird to go into a class and the art teacher didn't draw or something like that, right? Like, do you even know how to draw? Like, what in the world? I think that would be kind of a trip. Okay, let's see here. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. That is at the end of the kneecaps. So from the end of the kneecaps, we can figure out roughly where the other one's going to be. Okay, so, all right. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. That's the proportion grid we're using, by the way. End of the kneecap right there, so calf muscle. Now in the Bridgman figure drawing, how to construct a figure, Bridgman goes into talking about that he likes, or actually not he, but also marble sculptors, and if you were a marble sculptor, you would generally, depending on what you were sculpting, you would figure out these 3 movable masses and then the legs first. Now the reason why he went into that is because if you were to sculpt a marble sculpture, because of physics, you can't just have like 100 pounds over here and then 20 pounds over here, because then your marble sculpture would just crack in half right there. So there's these elements of physics where you have to go, okay, well, this, if we were to sculpt this out, could this weight be sat upon right there? Now there are other options how people went about it. Sometimes they would put like a bush or something, or like a tree, or like something holding it up. But yeah, that's another thing. Also, I mean, that's another thing that they would do is, say a lot of arms, they would put some sort of metal armature and drill it into the marble, and then set in another piece of marble onto that metal fixture. Okay. So we got this down. Let's do a little bit of our anatomy. So we got deltoid. The deltoid is built onto 3 muscles. Right now we're seeing the back part of the deltoid right here. This is the back part of the deltoid. There's the front part, or actually back deltoid, side deltoid, and then there's the front deltoid. This is the latissimus dorsi, which is a very huge muscle that goes from here into like right there. These are the obliques that goes into the gluteus maximus, which is the butt. Right now we're drawing a bit of the tricep into the elbow. Just simple anatomy stuff. All this I learned from Bertrand, by the way. And you could probably copy his books free on the internet. Okay, we have this figured somewhat established. We're not going to drape it yet. Now let's establish these next figures, and we'll continue to build it up. Then we're going to clean it, and then we're going to erase a lot of this stuff while keeping our proportions, so we kind of know these pivot points, and then we're going to build everything up after we clean it up. But the other thing I want to say, please take everything. I have no education in any of this stuff, so my grades were so bad I couldn't even get an art school. So I'm probably not the one to listen to, if anything. But that's the whole hilarious thing about it. Okay, so let's see here. So now we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's go into our line of action, which is the spine of the figure. This is we're going to be establishing our 3 movable masses. Which is the head, the torso, and the pelvis. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 is at the end of the kneecaps. We have the oblique. Oblique is twisting right here. And you can just think about, sometimes you don't even have to draw the entire muscle. I think what Bridgman goes into is you can just do a little line like that, and that indicates, like in the human mind, that would be like the oblique or something like that. Now the thing is, I actually might change this leg up. We actually might push this leg back. I don't know. So we're gonna maybe not hit that one yet. We're not quite sure what we're gonna do right there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. I mean, we could make it look like that leg is kind of maybe in the back, but maybe not. Let's draw through the form. That's really sketchy right there. I don't know about that, but maybe we might go with it. I don't know about that. I'm confused now, everybody. What was the one that we generally did? I think we just did it like this, right? But it doesn't seem like it would hold it. I guess we will push the leg back then. Huh. Oh, let's just send it. Let's try and get some of this stuff in here now. We got the deltoid, the bicep, the tricep, the forearm muscle. Actually, the hand should be like right there, so. Let's do it on this side. Deltoid, tricep, bicep, forearm muscle. This one might be pushed into a little bit of a foreground perspective. Oh no, this one is gonna be so gnarly hard to do. Like I said, I don't like doing these multi-figural ones. It's just brutal. Got the axe. Now let's draw this guy over here. Then let's erase it, a lot of this, and this is just so hard. There was just so much stuff we had to do just to establish this little figure right here. Like, man, I don't even know if this is even gonna work. Now the thing is that if you were crazy enough, you could place all this stuff in the perspective, and there's actually a formula where you can figure out all of these proportions so it all works. Right now we've guessed a lot of this stuff. We've guessed where to place that figure, we've guessed where to place this figure, and we've guessed where to place this figure. But if we built this up in a perspective grid, when you have the perspective grid, there's this like formula you can just do to like figure all this stuff out. It's crazy. Okay, let's draw this figure. line of action. It's just the spine of the figure. I don't know about that head. I'm not quite sure about the placement of that head. Let me change it. I kind of want to redo this one, but let's just end it. Oh well, let's go for it. I'm running out of time, so we just gotta go for it. Okay, line of action. We have our 3 immovable masses. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. Let's split the pelvis in half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. It's at the end of the kneecap for this proportion grid that we're using. I did get a lot of this stuff wrong. I kind of really quickly pushed it in there, so luckily we can erase that and we can just kind of practice again. So let's go deltoid, bicep, I don't know if we're gonna do the cross right here. I think we're gonna put the cross on the Bible and maybe just put a hand like he's wanting to stop it or something. You're like, no. Come on, that. What is this? Why isn't this working? There you go. This, I don't, oh man. We don't know what we're doing right here, everybody, but we're gonna try. Let's redo this part again. Huh. Wow, this is gonna be challenging right here. I feel like every time I do like this kneeling position, it's very challenging for me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5, 6, 7, 7.5. Okay, so hopefully should work. I think that Bible's a little bit too big. Make it a little bit smaller, maybe. This is the weird thing about drawing, is you could just like put in all sorts of weird elements in here. Let's change that. Okay, I think we're good now. Quickly put in there. Make sure that we have this established. Now what we're going to do is, I think, this is going to be very hard. This is very hard right up in here. What in the world are we doing? Let's think about this. Okay, so let's try and just commit to this, I guess. Deltoid, bicep, forearm muscle, hand. Let's think about this one. All right, now I think we're gonna clean it up and just send like final lines, and we'll work on the hardest areas first, these heads and these hands. And then we're gonna build everything else up from there. I'm not sure how we might commit to this Bible like this, but I'm not gonna go into it right away. I guess maybe we will commit to it. Let's just go for it. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and save this proportion. Save this proportion. Save this proportion. One, two, three, four, five, 5.5. Okay. Oops. And then what we're gonna do now is we're gonna erase and clean up a lot of this stuff. And I think what we might do, we might actually work our way this way down, because I kind of don't want to smear a lot of this stuff. So let's clean all of this stuff up now, everybody. And what we could do in some ways is we could just erase this part, or do that part, do this one, do this one. That's actually what we might do. Maybe we should do it that way. Because you know how I just erase this character? Maybe we should just, boom, get this character done, get this one, or maybe not. I think maybe I should just erase it all. But, yeah, let's just do it. We might as well just clean it all up, huh? While we're at it, so we don't get confused. Playing an RPG game, everybody. But this, we can even put a bike in here. We actually might put a bike. Maybe not. Maybe you could have a bike right over here, but I don't know. Okay. So we have our permanent layer basically in here established. Now we are going to be going into the very difficult part, generally speaking, is now we're going into we're doing the bread Rooney technique, and we're going to be hitting the hardest areas first, which is generally the head, the hands, and so let's try and get these down. I was just trying to remember. Hardest parts first. Brad Rooney technique. Brad Rooney technique. Hardest parts first. Everything else will be easy mode after that. Or not easy mode, but easier. Get a drink up in here. Let's see here. Huh. How are we gonna do this? Excuse me. All right. Let's work on this portrait. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna push this over here so I can get a little bit closer up in here. This is one of the hardest things to do up in here, so let's really focus. We're gonna think about this portrait as a block of mass. We almost could, just like if we were to take this, we can see, do we want him looking this way? Do we want him looking down? Do we want him looking over here, over here? There's all of these angles. Now, right now, I'm actually not quite sure. I think we actually might even have him looking up. Would he be looking here or looking there? Probably right here, right? Huh. Yeah, probably right here. Dude's about to get his head chopped off. I guess let's just go back to what we were doing. Okay, we're gonna think about this as a block of mass. See how we just established a block? Now the reason why a lot of artists draw in blocks and circles and these simple shapes is because from that, see how we can figure out how to cut this in half? And now we have a general thing of where we can establish some proportions. It's kind of weird that it's almost like a cross, right? How are we going to do this, everybody? Oh yeah, so another proportion thing is this ear. We can take the line from the eye and build the ear from that, and then generally the ear goes down to the edge of the mouth. Not always for everybody, I just want to say that, but those are just general landmarks that we can think about. We're trying to do like a surprised, we might even have like a little bit, we actually might bring that eyebrow just a little bit more up. Where's my little, oh, there it is, okay. I mean, I almost think he'd be even more surprised than that. No! Don't chop his head off! We gotta love our enemies. Something like that. Okay. I think we might put like a camel hair cloak on this dude. So, oh yeah, wait up. See, this is where I'm starting to get a little off course. We need to work on the hardest areas first, so let's establish the hardest things first. So I'm not sure how we're gonna do that right there. I know I've done a lot of illustrations with the book right there, but it's definitely a hard one. It's like almost, how would you hold, you'd definitely be holding it. I think you might see the other fingers first. Let's see if we can figure this out. Now this part is somewhat in the hardest parts first. This book right here, so, or not the book, it's the Bible. Let's try and put it in here. I'm just gonna put a simple cross in here. How hard is that to do, everybody? Let's honor it to the Lord. My bad, Lord, if this is not what you wanted. I'm trying to commit my ways to you, man. I'm gonna redo that. It's not very. My bad, Lord. That one was not a good cross, was it? Simple, the simplest thing to draw. I had trouble with that one. Where did my pencil? There it is. We're committed to it. There we go, that one looks better. Well, this hand is very, very difficult. Very difficult. That because the book, so it's like the book is behind his thumb, you know, like when you hold a book. It's like those ones are so hard to do. So it's like it's almost like you can't even really tell. So he has his thumb like on the middle of the ring of that book, right? It's hard to like draw that. It's a very hard hand to draw. If you guys start drawing these ones, those ones are very, very hard. But that's why we started with these two areas first, because these are the hardest areas. So then let's work on this one, and then so I'm actually not sure. Should I just, I guess if you were on just a super gnarly deadline, you would just want to boom, 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 and then just kind of just scribble everything else in. Which that's kind of what we're on. We're on a one sitting deadline. We got the gnome song. And why are the next videos playing? Now this hand's way easier, so. Okay. I'm not sure. Should we just work right here? I feel like maybe I should just finish out this character and then just move on to the next here and then boom. What sort of stuff is this? My might just have a camel hair cloak. Yeah. Now, if you guys remember the schematic for the camel hair cloak, you guys can look at past drawings that we've done. This one's really hard. Darn. Oh well, we're just gonna have to send it. Man, these multi-figural drawings are super hard. Man, these things are just gnarly to do. It's crazy because this is actually like what comic book artists are really good at, right? They're really good at like multi-figural scenes. This is actually the worst thing if you ask me to do multi-figural stuff, I just go, holy moly. I don't know about that, man. I almost kind of want to make this dude like a paladin. Maybe that might be cool. Man, I already put I should have not. See, this is what happens when I start putting those lines in there. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I should have made this dude maybe a paladin. Maybe? Do that. Paladin or camel hair cloak? I guess we'll just do camel hair cloak. Let's see if we can figure this stuff out. Man, this thing's brutal. I don't know what I should do right there. Huh. I mean, we don't have to. I feel like the camel hair cloak's kind of weird. Huh. I mean, I guess we should do the camel. I mean, it is somewhat more in that realm of... I assume this guy lives in the wilderness, I guess, so... Camel hair cloak or no camel hair cloak? Ah, screw it. We said we were going to do the camel hair cloak. Let's just do the camel hair cloak. Man, sometimes when you start drawing these things, it just feels like you're tripping out. You're just like, what in the world? Like, what would you do in this situation? I mean, I guess you'd want to try and be a peacemaker, right? We got that guy kind of down. Man, that is insane. This drawing's so hard. Like, I want to redo so much of this stuff, or I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that. But we're just going to have to go with it, everybody. Put a halo on this guy. He's like, no, don't kill the man. Don't chop his head off. We need to love our enemies. Well, I guess I already kind of committed to it, right? I should just go all out, huh? I might as well just start now over here, right? Ah, this is brutal. This is brutal, everybody. Man, this is gnarly. I've honestly never really... I mean, I guess I have kind of done... No, I've actually never done an illustration like this before. Not with 3 figures like this. Well, I guess let's just go with this one then. Let's try and figure out this character, huh? What's this guy gonna look like? I mean, if I really wanted to make it controversial, what if this was the Christian? And the Christian was killing somebody. But I'm not going to do that. We're just going to have 2 random people. This guy is supposed to be the believer here. This guy's the one that's supposed to be the peacekeeper. But I guess that would be the weird one is, what if you were the believer just killing everybody? Huh. I'm not gonna do that. I know that would be way too controversial. This guy is the believer. This guy is supposed to be for peace. This guy's the believer. And we might, let's actually keep going in. I think we're gonna commit to a lot of this, so let's actually erase some of this. And maybe commit to it with this pencil a bit more. Okay. This is going to be the gnarly one. How are we going to make this guy look gnarly? Let's make this guy look gnarly. We could make this guy like an orc. I mean, I guess that could be a whole controversial thing. It's like, what if I made this dude an orc? Like, no, I couldn't do. I'm gonna have. Man, there's so many things you can do. What should I do there? I left this one. Let's see here. Huh? Let's see here. Intriguing. How are we gonna do this guy? Let's see here. Huh. I'll be back. I'm gonna take a restroom break. Ugh. Interesting. Man, there's so many things we could do. It's actually insane. I'm trying to think, how would we, make this dude look mean. Alright, let's go for it. Let's start with the box. We could make him have like a hood or something, but then that would make him look like a reaper. I didn't really. It's kind of weird. This is gonna be strange, everybody. Fudge, I think I got that proportion wrong. I should have pushed that back a little bit. I might have to push this a little bit back. That's definitely not going to work. Huh. Or something. Make this character different. Darn, this is hard. It's weird because I haven't like drawn too many like angry characters. I used to always draw angry characters. Like now it's hard to draw angry characters. It's strange. I'm not doing it. Should we do it? We need to find another one. I should have just left that first one actually, but oh well. That was brutal. I also think I got this off. Maybe. I almost kind of want to make him like a monster. Bro, this is brutal. I don't know what I'm doing right here. Work on the hardest parts first, I guess, right? Darn. It's almost like I just want to make him a monster, but... Might do that one. That one looked pretty good, huh? This is really hard right here. Let's try some different proportions maybe. Fudge, dude, this is hard. I knew what I was getting into when I was doing this one. We knew what we were getting into, for sure. See, this is what happens when I need to stop doing that. I need to just work on that portrait. I think we're getting closer, maybe. Let's keep working on this. There has to be one that's in here that make this character good. Could just put a helmet on him, but nah. And let's just redo it again. Fudge. What sort of character would be in there? What sort of character? Does that look like an angry person? That was hard. What are we doing, everybody? Holy moly. Tried to make this guy angry, I don't know. I'm gonna run out of time, I might have to just go with this one. I have to go with this one, everybody. I feel like that guy would be a guy that just, you know, probably do something like this, chop a man's head off. But I don't know. This one's really hard, everybody. This is a very hard drawing, everybody. I do not like it at all, but I'm trying to do it. This one did not work out. Holy moly, dude. This is why I don't do multi-figural stuff. It's just brutal. Oh my goodness, what am I even doing? You know what I should have maybe done is maybe I should have just drawn it really, really small. Like even smaller than this. And maybe I would have not gotten as frustrated. Because right now I'm just like struggling to finish this thing. It was going strong pretty early on, but now I'm like, I do not like this thing. It's just scaring me. I guess that's how it should be. are we gonna do this up in here, huh? This is hard. What are we doing? We're going strong and now it's challenging. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Oh, I don't do multi-figural stuff. We're this far in, let's just try and finish it, I guess. I wonder how other believers would depict. How do we love our enemies, and how do we just treat our neighbors as ourselves? That's kind of the thing. That's what I was trying to do, but this thing is not working. Now it's falling apart now, everybody. This head too. I might even just crop it like that. Bro, how crazy would it be if I just put an Oculus on this guy? That'd be crazy. Like, what if this dude's just in just the... Holy moly, that'd be insane. Okay, I'm chicken scratching now. I gotta just stay focused. We gotta stay focused. This is brutal, though. This is very hard. We might just go with that right now because I'm running out of time. Fudge. I guess we can just keep going until I get tired, but... I wonder how you guys would try and depict this. That's the verse I'm going to try and put in here about loving our neighbors as ourselves. But it's also weird because I was like, man, should I make this a monster? I didn't even think about should I make it an orc? But then it's just like, do we have to love our neighbors even in a video game or something? I don't know. Man, these drawings are weird. Welcome to a very cringy drawing. Oh my goodness, the past two drawings have been very cringy. I'm struggling with this one now. If any of you guys have any tips on multi-figural scenes, I'd love to hear it because I'm very bad at multi-figural stuff. I tried to give it a go, but this is why I don't do it, because I just I get very confused. I'll be right back. Let's just grind this thing out, I guess. We gotta grind it out, everybody. Holy moly, this is brutal. I'm gonna be honest, I've never drawn one like this. Like a part of me almost wants to just like put a new layer on and just try and do it again, but man, it's like I don't have much time left to dilly-dally. We just gotta go with it. Should we put armor on this guy? I don't know. I kind of want to put a weapon in this guy's hand. That's really hard. Alright, I just gotta finish it out. Okay, so hardest parts first. Maybe I should put armor on this guy, but I don't know. Holy moly, everybody. Where have we entered into? This is so cringy. I feel like the idea is there. It's just a very hard idea to do. I want to even just crop it so I don't have to draw as much. Like maybe just have it like that. I'm not redo this though. Let me get a different one. There's actually multiple verses we can put in here. Because this guy's supposed to be a peacekeeper. But also it brings into question, would you actually do this when this guy has this weapon right here? Man, I kind of want to just put another layer on. I might even... I almost want to like draw this smaller in a smaller scale so I don't have to put as much detail. Maybe that's what I should do right now. Because right now I'm drawing it in this scale and I have to put all this detail up in here. I don't like doing that. I mean, maybe I could have just drawn it like one step down and just seen it very vaguely and then just worried more about the proportions. How would you guys draw this? I feel like I'm gonna restart it because I feel like I got a lot of this stuff wrong. Darn. Let's restart it. I just know I got a lot of this stuff wrong. I like rushed it. Let's see what happens if I draw it even in a smaller scale. because I feel like I'm putting way too much detail on a lot of this stuff. Now we've entered into me doubting what we're doing. I knew this one was going to be hard because I'm not good at these multi-figural scenes, but we're trying. This could just be rendition 2 of this thumbnail. We got this one we tried to build up. Got this one. Or should I just keep working on this one? I almost want to try and draw it to where it's a little bit smaller. That way I don't have to put as much detail. I guess I could just crop it like that. I feel like if I just cropped it like that, that would actually probably work out even better. Let me see what happens if I do it in a smaller scale. Maybe that's how I should be doing these multi-figural works, the picture, these ones. I'm gonna just try this real quick, everybody. Or I might just be sitting here for a while. Let's see what happens if I shrink this down just one more notch. And maybe we won't have to draw as much detail up in here. Bro, that was so, and that's the thing, it just takes so long to even establish all that stuff. But if we were gonna drop it down one more notch, we could do it right here by seeing the proportion right here. So maybe let's try this proportion. What would happen if I did like a proportion like that? I wonder if that would make it easier for me instead of doing it, because I normally do like this proportion, but doing all of this all in that scale, it's like very challenging. Let's see what happens if I drop it in this proportion right here. Yeah, let's see what happens. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. See how quick we can do it. We can establish it with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's, man, dude, it sucks because like it should have worked, but I got all confused. I don't know why. So let's just redraw. Let's see what happens if we do it in a smaller scale. Maybe it'll be easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Okay, so maybe let's take this one. And then let's maybe build it up from this one right here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So then we'll build it up from here. It's like trying to figure out a really hard puzzle. Man, this one is just so cringy, huh? Let's see what happens if I knock it down one more scale in the scaling of this. I guess this is a good practice though. But this, what I just experienced right now, this is why I don't do multi-figural stuff, because it's just like, there's just so many little calculations that I get all confused. 3, 4, 5, 5.5. It's okay. We're trying not to give up. But I just know if I were to finish that other one, I would definitely get frustrated. So let's see what happens. What we have learned. Because when I'm working at this smaller scale, now I don't have the opportunity to really go too deep into some of those details and stuff like this. Okay, so let's take this proportion right here. We actually might change this. Maybe we could do a different one right here. So this is right here. So from here we can go. Maybe let's try it like this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Let's have him kneeling over here. Deltoid bicep. How would you guys figure this out? feel like it would work, but it's not working. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. I got this proportion right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. This is in the proportion of the kneel. It should work. Or so it's not working. Keep pushing this character a little bit closer. I'm trying to make it more not. For some reason, this one is just super cheesy. Okay, so if we were to go same proportion right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Okay, let's see what happens if I build this little one up. I'm wondering if I build it up in this littler one, it might be easier. I'm kind of wondering what would happen if I just went straight into the ink part. It's very hard. And it would be cropped like that. Well, let's do this over again, everybody. Holy chabunga, this is hard. I feel like this isn't even working right here now. Match these proportions right up in here with this one. Maybe even just doing these two characters. I mean, we could even just not do that guy. Maybe this guy could just have a Bible up in here. That might even just make it easier. This is hard. Okay, let's take this proportion. And so that's actually what's making this hard now. Now I understand why. If you don't use this similar proportion with this one, it makes everything all broken. And I know there's a formula to do it, but I'm not doing it in the perspective grid. What if he had his hand right here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how I do like the Bible thing. I think that's what's making it hard. I mean, is he going to be reading the book? Is he going to be... I mean, what if he had the book right here? This is really hard. Boy, Jim, this is challenging. Holy moly, it's like figuring out a crazy puzzle. How do I figure out this puzzle, everybody? I know we can do it. That's the problem, is I know I can do this. It's just, I just have to figure it out. I think this is how we're going to do it. Okay. Now the thing is, now this pencil right here is frustrating me. Because now it's like I have to really... I feel like that's the problem. Now I know this is actually the problem with this pencil, right? Now when I do just a singular character, you know, I kind of can just, you know, go into it. But now if I'm doing something like this, I got to really like... I cannot be rushing this proportion thing up in here, because if I mess up one of these things, it kind of breaks and it makes it look all funky for the rest of them. I think this one might work, so maybe... let's try it again, everybody. Let's try it again. We're going to do it in the smaller scale. Maybe it'll work this time. That was gnarly. I think this one might work better, because this one, he's going to be like trying to maybe stop this. We're supposed to be like peacekeepers or something like that. Or peacemakers. That's a very hard thing to do. It's like, how do you draw being a peacemaker? That is a challenge right there, man. That's a doozy. Well, that's a doozy right there. All right, we're going to just send it now. Let's do this. Or I might, you know what I might do? I could do a light box layer. If we did a light box layer, then maybe... No, let's go into it. Let's see it. Maybe we'll go into it, do a pencil, and then maybe do an ink on top. And then if not, we'll do maybe a light box layer on top. Yeah, let's do it. The removable masses. Head, torso, pelvis. Being very careful of these proportions that we have set right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. We're going to be drawing through the form so we know if we're going to add things on top, we're going to know where the pivot points are going to be at. Next proportion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Deltoid. Okay, let's go into our next one. Now the other thing I am kind of getting a little challenged by is how we're going to do the portraits and stuff like that, but I just wanted to kind of try it out in a smaller scale. Maybe it might be easier for me. So we're just kind of experimenting right now. Three movable masses, head, torso, and pelvis. And let's do this now. Three movable masses, line of action. Now let's clean it up. Let's see what happens if I clean this up. Because now I'm going to have to really just focus on, I think that's the other thing, is getting it all to look even. That's a hard part. So let's see if we can make it look at least kind of even. do this. Let's go. Now it's weird because I'm drawing in this scale now, and this scale is even smaller than the other one we were doing. So this is going to be brutal. So I'm going to have to really just think about just shape. And not really detail. Interesting. We could do a similar, let's see what happens if we do a similar one right now. It's actually really strange. It's like when you draw on this scale, it's like you have to draw in such a, almost like a different manner. But I guess that's why the proportions are very important, because even if we draw in this smaller scale, these proportions are actually still there. They're still present. Huh. Interesting. Man, it's so strange drawing in the scale. It's almost like you have to just think about the proportion and anatomy instead of all the other frivolous stuff up in here that I was doing the last time, or the second rendition. It's like right now it's just thinking just like about anatomy and these little shapes. It's actually very interesting. Now this guy looks a lot more sad. The other one looked just cheesy for some reason. I mean, I guess this one looks cheesy too, but... Because it's just such, I think that's why I wanted to restart. It's just such a serious scene up in here. And this is a really brutal thing. It's like, I just feel like the other one was just completely cheesy. Try to draw this guy now. See, this is already sped up really fast now. More faster than we were doing it the other time. This is almost like akin to doing another thumbnail. I feel like I've been struggling with this head right here. We have been struggling with this dude. Listen to the entire WoW soundtrack. I need to change the music up in here. Holy moly. It's been 2 hours we've been listening to this. Do 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 do. I think it's hard. And this why is everybody is why I don't do multi-figural stuff. It's freaking hard for me. Now, what would happen if I just did that right away? I wonder what would happen if I just keep doing layers after layers on top of this one. It's not working. Why are single characters so much easier? It's like I actually know what I'm doing with the single characters. You know what? It might be just the portraits. Maybe I need to just redo the portraits. Huh. Man, this is driving me insane, but I know I could do it. It's like, how do you draw loving our neighbor as ourselves, but also we're supposed to love our enemies? Might just try and make it out, but maybe not. Just make this dude like a warrior. I feel like I haven't gotten stumped in a while, and this one's stumping me. Like, I feel like in theory it should be working, but it's not really working. Bro, how would you guys draw? This is hard. You draw loving your enemies as yourself. I don't know, man. I guess that's why it's so much easier just drawing people killing each other. Oh, fudge, it's hard. I wonder what would happen if we put this in a box. Because I think that's how we would have to build it up in perspective. Maybe I should just do the portraits over. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the perspective is broken. I don't know what other people do this. So, just want to figure this out. Now I'm wondering if I did put it in the perspective. There's almost another option I could try and do. Maybe we could build it up in the perspective grid. Maybe that's what's messing up. Huh. Yeah, I think maybe that's what it is. Huh. Now I am thinking, could we place this in a giant box then? Huh. Maybe that's why I'm not good at the multi-figural stuff, is because I'm not doing it in the perspective grid. Figure this out, let's see here. I think we're gonna actually put this up in the perspective grid. Where's my, I think I have some schematics for the perspective grids. Let me find them. Okay, so let's see here. This is brutal. Okay, so we're gonna do another one. Let's see how we're gonna set this up. I think how I'm gonna try and set this up now. We're gonna put this in a perspective grid. We're gonna place this entire scene in a box, and let's see, because I remember there's a schematic. If we take this, we can figure it all out somehow. What up, Dino Chicken Nugs? Welcome to a very hard stream today. I'm just getting stumped after, I'm just struggling now. We're struggling today. I'm trying to figure it out. Real tired. I am trying to figure this hard drawing out, and I can't. I feel like I just keep failing. So we're gonna try another method, which I know I probably seem crazy doing this, but we're literally gonna do another method. How am I doing? This stream is brutal, actually. It's kind of crazy. Normally the drawings are actually somewhat easier. I knew what I was getting myself into today, though, so. But today I was like, you know what? I want to do something different. Let's do the stuff that I'm not good at. And because of that, now I'm in this predicament where I'm like trying to figure out this problem and I don't know how to do it. So we're gonna try one more option and let's see if we can do it this way. I'll show you. So we tried to build this up. This thing right here. I was like trying to think about something about, I don't know, like loving our enemies, loving your neighbor as yourself, being a peacemaker, something like that, right? And then we drew this one, which I do not like this one. It's not fitting on the entire thing. So now what I'm doing, maybe I should just keep drawing this one, just keep changing the portraits. But honestly, that's probably what I should be doing. And then I got like all tripped out, and now I'm thinking, how can I draw it in the right perspective grid? So then I don't like this one. So now we are stuck back in square zero trying to figure out how to do this. Which we're going to be using this perspective grid. Seeing if I can build it up. So I should have just done a normal character. That's what I should have done, honestly, but we're doing it the hard route, I guess. So now what I'm doing is, now I'm trying the perspective way. We've tried 4 different methods on how to do this. So now what I'm doing is, so this thing right here is called a perspective grid thing. This is our horizon line. Let me brush this out. This is our cone of vision right here. This is our horizon line. This is built on and see these two, this is like how an eyeball works, right? And I don't normally do this with my drawings, right? But the thing is within this thing, I can start figuring out different ways we can set this up. So I think if we were to think about this shot, I guess, this one, I was thinking that it would be in a normal angle, but so I guess we should have our horizon line right in the middle. Somewhere like that. So then what I'm going to try is putting it right here. And now what we're going to try is now we are going to build up a giant box up in here. And we're going to place this figure in this box. Hopefully. These figures in this box. And I'm wondering if this would make it easier to do all this stuff. Or I might just get frustrated again. So what I'm going to do is let's put in our horizon line. Like that. Then we're going to make a box in here. I think that's what we're going to do anyway. So that's our vanishing point. Let's see what happens if we push that out. That means that vanishing point's going to go down. And so we have our vanishing points right here. And that's what we're going to try and follow. Have you ever learned any things about figure drawing? I'm like stumped. I feel like this is something that shouldn't be too hard, but for some odd reason, I am struggling. Okay, so now since we built up this little box up in here, which we actually might push this out even bigger. Because then the other thing is, how do we scale everything in here? And I know that there's some sort of formula you can follow to figure a lot of this stuff out. So we take this one. Let's look at this again. Okay, so we're gonna have to make this up here somehow. Done this again. I feel like I'm just getting more confused. Oh my goodness, everybody. Today was not working out. But this is why I don't do the multi-figural stuff, because it's very challenging for me. Okay, so that's the end of where the feet are at. Let's try and build this box up like this then. Okay, that's the vanishing point. Push this one over here. Push this one over here. And we'll build the box from this one then. It happens. I had a lot of thinking to do today, and by the end of the day, my brain just went bleh. That's kind of how I felt. Holy chabunga. There's also sometimes I feel like it's almost like a carrot on a stick, you know? It's like you can do something, and then, so that's what's kind of stumping me right now. It's stumping me. Okay, so now what are we doing? Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to put the end of this box right here. Okay, so we have just made a gigantic rectangle right now. Now what we're going to do is we're going to throw these into the vanishing points right here. And I know this seems ridiculous, but that's what we're doing. We're going to dot this, by the way, because this is supposed to be on the inside. And then this one goes over here from that point. That looks really crazy. And then, okay, so then we know that that's where that one is. Now the other thing is, I'm pretty sure, like, I wonder how the other artists figure it out. Because I know there's a formula to figure this out, right? And the thing is, it's not just like you have all the reference and you're just copying something, right? This is like kind of like invention this is actually where really things start getting to the point where, if you were like doing animation and stuff, like you can really start telling. Wait a minute, what did I get wrong? Oh, like, okay, so then this one goes over here. But that's the other kind of cool thing with like the whole like perspective stuff, even though it is very challenging, it is kind of cool to know that there is a way to figure things out. Okay, so now since we know that that's the end of the box right there, I'm just doing the little dots. which I don't even know if this is going to work either, so. I did all of this work just to think that this might not work out either. But it is built on this perspective grid now, so let's see what happens if I place this scene in here. Because I'm suspecting what happened was I distorted. So see this cone of vision right here? See that it's kind of hard to see. There's this circle right here, right? And so this is kind of how the eyeball works, right? And everything that goes outside of this circle, it's actually distorted or something like that. And what I'm suspecting what happened is I messed up the perspective of this scene. So now what we're going to do is I think I'm going to place the proportions in here. Thinking that generally, I think we're going to go right over here maybe. Let me change the music. This music's weird. There's like
With Frito-Lay Variety Pack, there's a world of fun inside every box. You can celebrate wins on the job and find time to connect for a bite.
Have there been any verses you've been thinking about, Dino? Okay, let's see. What was I doing? Okay, so from this box, we can essentially take this box and help to use it with our proportions somehow. So let's try and do this. So we're going to try and place the figure right here, and then let's go, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. So from this, we can figure out, there is a way that we can take this and then figure out how to do all the other proportions. Which it just seems insane, but it just seems like insanity, but there is a way we can do this somehow, everybody. And I'm not very good at it. That's why I'm struggling right now. Man, I just keep messing up, like, completely. Okay, so let's build it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Into that vanishing point. Ah, interesting. Interesting. So, yeah. See, because then there's also a carving thing. So this is where we're getting into, like, Andrew Loomis. And I know he starts talking about the proportions of when we make a proportion on this line, we can essentially swing it up like this, find that one, swing this up over here, and so the other figure, if it was the same proportion of this figure, we could figure it out right here. And we could also figure out that same proportion for any other proportion up in here. And maybe this is why I'm not good at the multifigural compositions, because I'm wondering if other people that do the multifigural composition, if they place it in something like this. But I don't think they do. So that's what's weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. I probably just seem like a crazy person. You've been thinking about Matthew 10:31. Fear ye not, therefore ye are more value than many sparrows. Interesting. Isn't there one in Matthew 6 that talks about the ravens on the Sermon on the Mount? This is a brutal illustration, by the way. Okay, So we figured out this proportion. Okay, I know I sound crazy, but there is it's almost like this weird mathematical formula that you can take, since we figured out this proportion right here. What we do now, if I remember correctly, is we can go from right here, and then since we have all of these little segments right here, we go 1, and we arc it. So I think we arc it. I might be wrong on that though. 1, 2, or no, wait, there's actually a way we could go and find them actually correctly. So how we correctly find those proportions is we would go like this. We would take this, put it into this vanishing point right there. So it's on that vanishing point. This is on this vanishing point. Oh, got that wrong actually, oops. So if we do it like this, by the way, the other weird thing is I've always been terrible at math. But I feel like this is a little bit of some weird math, but it's like, I feel like it's like not like hard math. This is just like, well actually it is hard math. It's just, it's like a different sort of math that is more like visual or something. Just perspective, that's what it is. It's a perspective math. Okay, so see how we have this, how we have all these lines right here? Now, here's the crazy part. Okay, so since we have all these lines right here, now if I were to take this up on here, wait, I totally got something wrong. Maybe you are supposed to arc it. I think that is what you do. I think from here, I think you can maybe take a what? One of those circular things. I think that's why they use these things. Okay, I think that's what we do. I'm sorry. Anybody that's watching me, I'm sorry. I'm probably just confusing everybody. But I'm confusing myself too, so. Let's see here. Where's my pencils? Right when I got rid of my pencils, I'll be right back. I need to go get another one. Let's see here. Okay, so we're going to use this. We're going to push this in here. Does that even fit in there? What the? The pencils don't fit in there. It's weird. Why doesn't it fit in there? I guess I'm going to have to use a normal pencil. I need to find a normal pencil. Okay. So we have our normal pencil. For some reason, my other pencil wouldn't fit in there for some reason. Okay, so I think if this works correctly, we take this point right here and we can arc this and find that point right at that proportion right there, and we go up Oh, I was pretty close. Holy moly. That I was actually really, really close on that. So then we got that one. Let's go back down to the other one. It's the other one. Go back down to the other one. And it seems just ridiculous, huh? I guess I only have to find that first one, honestly. Because then the rest is just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Wow, it actually worked. That point, yeah, the pointy circle device. Okay. So I know I sound crazy. I know I probably seem crazy, right? But now what we can do is we can take this point and then push these back into this vanishing point that we have established already in this field of view. Man, this is ridiculous. This is insanity, everybody. Okay, so check this out. Now, this is actually where it gets very, very complex, right? Okay, so the reason why I figured this out is because now we can place a figure and see how this is actually not the same as that? See how it's just a little bit smaller? Well, because of that, it's actually changed all of these proportions in there. And so now if we were to actually look and establish this scene that we just made right here. Now I tried to eyeball this, right? This is actually why I don't go into multi-figural scenes. Is because once we get into multi-figural scenes, it goes into, see how I tried to eyeball all this stuff right up in here? The thing is that I've been messing a lot of these subtle little proportions up. And I'm pretty sure this is why the scene that I tried to establish got broken. And we can also kind of figure out certain things too about how we can lay some of these figures up in here as well now from this. So let's try and do it. So let's say we wanted our figure, because see if we wanted our figure right here, it would be on top of this guy, right? But if we can picture this as a block into the scene, the figure would probably be like right here, I think. I'm going to say it's right there. So from this established point, what we're going to do is we're going to place this one and we're going to send that down to that vanishing point over there. And so this right here, in theory, this thing in theory, and we're going to send all those in that. This in theory should be the same proportion of this figure. And it sounds ridiculous, right? It's like who would do all this stuff? It's insanity, right? But this is why I don't do this stuff. I've kind of subtly went into it, but I've never really this is the reason why I don't do multi-figural scenes, is because it is insanity right here. Okay, so from here what we're going to do is, since we established our proportion of this figure, we've arced it, we found the proportion from this one. Now we're going to take, and now we've established where we want our next figure. Now we're going to push this one into the vanishing point over there. Okay, there we go. So it's actually kind of crazy, right? Because check this out now. So what makes this so crazy is that, look at this. This is actually really, really crazy. So if we were to look at this in theory of the perspective, you would think that this is almost the same size as that, right? But it's actually not. It's actually way smaller. And that's what's weird about perspective. So if we look at that, right, it's like right there. But look at how much bigger it is right there. It's almost double the size right there in the scale right there. But the weird thing is, in theory of the proportion of this is actually the right proportion related to this in this size right here. I probably seem like a crazy person, but like, so that's actually how we figure this out. So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna look back at our thumbnail that we've guessed, and we're gonna try and draw this figure right here. Math. I know this is like crazy math or something, huh? It doesn't seem like math, it seems like weird math. Okay, so if I think about this, okay, so then, okay, let me think about this. I think we're gonna say that this figure is gonna be right here. It's so crazy. It doesn't seem like it would work, right? But it's all placed in here. It should work. Okay, so then from this one we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's weird. Huh. I thought it would work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, it would work. So maybe we would have to push this figure even more back, because he's like right there. Which that might, let's just give it a go. Let's see what it would go. So let's just give it a little test run. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and a. Yeah, this kind of reminds me like how animation takes so long because you have to move frames inch by inch. Yeah, for sure. Now the animators, that's actually why it takes so long, right? But what's actually, so the other crazy thing about, you know how this took so long to establish, which it almost just seems ridiculous, right? The thing is in theory, since this is all built on this perspective thing, we can actually draw this in any single angle now. So if we wanted a down shot of this shot right here, we could, and since we know that there's this horizon line right here, we can just move the horizon line down. Like if we wanted to have a different shot of this same scene, we could just move this horizon line up or down. It's really, really crazy. Now the thing is like a lot of people try and guess this stuff, right? I guess most of it, because if you do just a single character, like just one single character, you can just guess a lot of it because you can just, you know. The thing is once we get into multi-figural stuff, this is when it gets very, very difficult. Which I actually want to push this character even out a little bit farther, I think. And it's weird, it almost doesn't seem like it would work. I think I actually messed something up in here, but I've changed a lot of it already too, but it's okay. It's weird, it doesn't seem like that's correct, though. I must have messed something up here. Huh. I don't know. Okay, so we'll just, this is just messing around, by the way. We're just trying to figure all this stuff out. Let's see how I could figure out how to do this figure right here. Because I know there's a way we can figure that out. Okay, so how we would figure that out then is that from this angle right here, if this is pushed back, we can think that we want our character right here, right? So we want our character right there, so we're gonna place this point right there, put it into that vanishing point that we have established right there, which I think I actually got some of this wrong. And then if this is in the middle, so we take this little guide point and then we push that up like that. If we want our character right here. So then, man, this is just confusing. Okay, so from here, this is the head size for this character right here. This is if it was right over here and it was standing up. But we want him kind of, we could have him standing up now actually, which is actually really crazy. We did have the other character kneeling down, which we could do that as well. But let's see how we would do it. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Okay. So then this would be the same size of, wait, 1, 2. This is ridiculous, everybody. I'm sorry if you're watching me. I probably seem like a crazy person, but it's like, I'm not good at all of this stuff. So I guess it's good practice for me because I need to actually learn it. Let's go back to the wild classic music. Okay. Practice makes perfect. Hopefully, huh? Hopefully, if anybody's watching me, you guys can figure it out too. It's Okay, so we're having this character in the middle. Okay, so this is the same size as this, even though it doesn't seem like it. This, in theory, is the same size as that, is the same size as this, which I actually think I got that wrong. I actually did. And see, and that's what's so hard about this, because look, I actually got this wrong. I think I actually broke this perspective of this one. But let's just give it a go. Let's just give it a whirl, I guess. So now that's the head size over here of the same size of that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Okay. So if we did a standing figure right here, but now this is where it also gets hard. We want to do a crouching figure. We might actually just do a standing figure though. Maybe we could just do a paladin. Like a paladin coming in trying to save this guy. We've actually changed the thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is the 3 immovable masses that we've done. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 is at the end of the kneecaps. So I'm not sure how we're gonna put this figure up in here. It's all stiff. Okay, so see, man, maybe this is what I'm gonna have to start doing again. Because, man, it's so hard to guess it, man. Holy moly, I've tried to guess all that stuff. There's a lot of guesswork within all this stuff, but so from here we can actually just go in and go in and put a paladin up in here. Even though we had him kneeling in the beginning. We're gonna have a little bubble right there, but wow, this is crazy. I almost feel like I'm just tripping out just like thinking about all this stuff. Because now the thing is also, man, it's so crazy drawing this like this. But also, the good thing about doing the perspective is now we could put this in a house. We can draw. Look, check this out. We could draw a cross in the same perspective of all this. Maybe we could draw a cross in the background of this guy, and it would be correctly in the same perspective of all this stuff that we have established. Holy moly, everybody. We've entered into the realms of ridiculousness. Whoa. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Man, I should have just done this right in the beginning. I wasted like 3 hours trying to fake it. I guess not fake it, but like guess it, right? This guy could be on a stone thing or something too. And this guy could be looking at that guy too. He's like, what? Huh. The other thing is I think I actually messed up some of this proportion now. I did, look at that. So if this one was... Let me think about this. There is a way we can mathematically solve this problem, everybody. Okay, so if we have this one saved on that scale, let's just see. Which I guess in the long run, this would actually maybe save you time. Now that I think about it. In the long run, this would actually maybe help save time. Okay, so that's where that one is at. Okay. So that head is over there. Let's go to that one, that point. Then let's go down. Okay, yeah, so it's right there. Let's see if we've corrected this proportion. We can change the proportion. So let's throw this into that perspective, vanishing point. Right there. Yeah, it would be right there. So that is correct. Doesn't seem correct, but it is. Huh. Oh, maybe it's because of this one. Yeah, that would be correct. It has to be correct. That's weird. It looks so much bigger, but we have to remember that this is in the foreground right here. Interesting. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is, I guess we'll just keep building it up. Now what I used to do is I used to just go onto another layer on top of this one with the light box and then start just doing a layer on top, which we might try that out. Let me change the music up in here. Let's go back up in here. Trying to think, what could we add into this scene? Also, this is the field of view, cone of vision, I mean. Or no, yeah, just the cone of vision. Playing a gnarly RPG game. I guess what I could do is just keep just fiddling this. Keep fiddling it. I've also drawn this really small too. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Maybe I should just put another layer on top. But it's also like, what else can we? What else do we want to add in here? We can add like a building, since we have the perspective in anyway. What should we do up here? We could add more figures. We could add just a mass amount of figures up in here too. I can try putting a little building in the background. We could essentially make this a building or a forest. We can even put a horse right here. We could put basically anything in here in this little sector. That would be kind of cool, putting like we could put a horseman over here. Right in this area. That would be kind of interesting. Do 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 do. I've been streaming for so long, this is ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. Okay, so this is at the pelvis. To Narnia. And I just tripped out. I'm just like, what in the world? Now, what would be kind of nice, I wish I built this up bigger, right? I'm wondering how we would do that. The thing is, it would be kind of cool to take a picture of this, print it out, and then make it bigger, because I've been wondering, in digital art, there's this thing called the lasso tool, right? And unfortunately, since we're doing this traditionally, we don't have that option. Because if I was just doing this digitally, I would just lasso tool this right now and just make this bigger, and then we can just build up this scene right here. But I'm actually thinking there is kind of a way you could do that with traditional. I'm thinking if we took a picture of it on our phone, printed it out, made it bigger, and then maybe did a light box layer, we could actually use this construction that we did on a bigger scale. Because right now it's almost like this is just like a thumbnail. I might actually go back to doing the one guy kneeling. Maybe not kneeling. Maybe I'll draw a paladin or something. Just saying what we're gonna do. It's like very just stiff. That's the other thing about drawing the perspective. I start drawing very stiff. I don't know why. Now what I'm wondering is if I could build this up, right? How much could we build this up since we have that so that's actually the cool thing about these schematics, right? Is in theory we can actually just make this bigger, and since we know all these vanishing points, we can just make this bigger. Now I'm wondering how could I make this figure fit on the page like that with also this guy right here. We can also like make that bigger. I guess that would be the next challenge right now, if we can figure out how to do that. That's actually what we're gonna try and do. So I think this is almost like our 4th thumbnail that we did. It's okay. We're just learning. We're just learning, everybody. Let's see how have this. Let's see if we can make this scene bigger. Okay, so if we have this scene like this, put our tape right there. Okay, so we look at this right here. Maybe we want the feet right out here. So that means we're gonna have to build this box up bigger. Interesting. Huh. I guess I could just draw on this background paper. Okay, let's try it. I'm just doing an experiment right now. See if this would work. I'm just going to draw on this background paper. Oops. End of the foot would be right there. I guess that's the other thing I think about. We can change this horizon line. Maybe this scene is not how we want this scene. Because that's also another another thing we could think about is like, can we draw this same scene in a different angle? Because right now it would be the same scene because it's on that one. Maybe what we should do is try a different angle. It's okay, we'll try this one. Have I ever been into anime? I have been into anime. I was into, I mean, the animes that I liked was Evangelion, Cowboy Bebop, Samurai Champloo, Record of Lodoss War. What other ones? I did watch Trigun. Trigun. I like old anime. I like older animes. You know those ones? Now, what I'm going to try and do now is I'm going to see if I can speed this process up. What I'm going to do is I think I'm going to maybe place our proportion right here, right off the bat, maybe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you can actually make that bigger. What animes were you into? What other animes have I watched? Those are the ones I was into. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Mostly the same. Wow, interesting. I know the creator of Trigun, he's a believer. Said he was Catholic. What other ones was I into? There's a bunch of other ones I liked. I can't think about them right now. Oh, you started finishing up Trigun? I remember there was that one guy with the cross. I forgot his name. There's like some strange Christian themes in there. I like the animes with like subtle... Oh, I was into the Pokemon anime too. Pokemon anime, first Pokemon. I also liked Sailor Moon. Sounds weird, but Sailor Moon was actually very, very well done. Yeah, Sailor Moon was really dope. Nicholas Wolfwood, yeah, Wolfwood. So right now I'm just experimenting. So since we know that this is our proportion grid right here, what I'm going to try and do now is let's see what happens if I take this point and just build it up from that one. Let's see if it works. Okay, so that means it would be right up here. Wow. It must be right at the top right there. Right there. I guess all I have to figure out is the head size, honestly. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Huh, I'm wondering if this is gonna work. So let's just build everything up from this stuff then. Because now I'm kind of almost changing the box that we were in. It's kind of very odd. But it should work in theory, I think. Yeah, older animes have a certain aesthetic. It might be the grainy sort of animation or the vibe of it. I watched this YouTube video and they were talking about that. They were talking about how it might even be because within tradition or the older animes, a lot of them were hand-drawn and hand-painted, right? And because everything was hand-drawn and hand-painted, it had to be photographed, right? And the photograph of the actual painting and the actual it gave it a different quality to it. Something like that. Oh, interesting. So since I have this cone of vision right here, I don't know if you can see that. There's this giant circle right here. That's the cone of vision. I'm going to place that end of the box right here, even though you can't really see it on this page. And let's take that one, or I guess that's we're going to actually push this a little bit out, I think, almost. Well, we could push it all the way out right there, too. Just quickly just go in. It's also the colors that they were using, I heard. They were using these like poster colors. Got kind of confused up in here. Why did I just get confused? That's why I should have done the little dots. Right, okay, so that's what we're doing. Let me figure out that one. Oh, it's because of this one. Okay, let me put little circles right here. Circle right there. Interesting. Okay, so let's, I guess I've basically just built this scene up but bigger. Sounds ridiculous, but I guess there is a way you can kind of quickly do it now. Thinking about it is you can just, whatever proportion you want, you can just, and just throw it in there. No, I'm just experimenting right now. I don't know if I'm even gonna end at 8 hours, but right now I'm just experimenting. Okay, so these are the proportions in theory. Let's see what would happen if we build this up. Line of action. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. It's almost like figuring out a puzzle. It's kind of crazy. It doesn't even seem that much bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't make sense. 1, 2, 3, 5 and a half. Okay, right here. That should be at the end of the kneecaps. We've just drawn this so much, it's ridiculous. This is like the 7th time I've drawn this. It's crazy. But it's fun. It's fun. If anything, hopefully I learned something. It's the perspective that's very challenging. Okay, so from this, since we've essentially built this from this proportion guide, now what we can do is, since we have this in this box frame, we can push this out. Say we want our figure in the background, which I do. I'm going to push it right there, about halfway into this box. The box actually goes outside of this frame, but if we see, this is the cone of vision. So right here, halfway. Hey Jamie, how does NASA coordinate events? They plan it. That's hilarious, man. What in the... What the... You know what? I might have messed something up in here. Okay, never mind. No, I didn't. Okay, yeah. So this is our new... I'm going to put little X's right here. This thing right here, this plane is where our next one is going to go into. So... push it over here, and that's basically in the middle of this box. Oh, yeah, right there. I'm gonna dot this one. Man, that looks so weird. Okay, So there's that plane right there. So how would I figure out the proportion for this one? I am so oh wait, no, it's right here. Okay. So then we just go like that, and then we push it back down that way. This is craziness, man. Do people actually do it this way? I don't know. Hello there. Welcome to the crazy stream today, which I don't even know why I'm streaming this. I've just streamed my entire frustration process of trying to draw this thing like 10 times, trying to figure this thing out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this even correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, so it's right there. We're doing perspective drawing today, everybody. Which I do not, I'm going to be honest, I do not like perspective drawing. But here we are, again, trying to figure this ridiculous problem out of how do we draw a multi-figural scene within the same proportions of this figure right here. It's actually very challenging. Now, I did guess it in the beginning, and it did not work out very good for me. Okay, so from here we know that that's like that, so... yeah, okay, so here we go. That's that first one right there. Maybe I should just color coordinate this stuff, but I don't know. How are you doing, everybody? Thank you for even taking the time to watch this stream. I apologize if this just seems ridiculous, because it probably does seem, it's ridiculous to me too. But I'm you know, like when you have that kind of carrot on the stick, that's basically what this feels like today. It's like I know I could draw this, but I've just gotten stumped every single time. And so now I've gotten into the final stage of just like, all right, I'm going to figure this thing out. Of what am I doing wrong? And this is how I've had to do it. Okay, so I know this seems ridiculous, right? But, okay, so from this X right here, that we have right here, in this box, this is our main box right here. This supposedly is the same proportion of this, if it was pushed back. It just seems so crazy. It almost doesn't seem that it is, but it's supposed to be. Yeah, it should be the same size, which is crazy. And so if we say if this is the head over here, so maybe we wanted the figure right here. So, in theory, even though it doesn't seem like it, this box right here is in the same size of this one right over here. So let's build this up now, since we know that that's our proportion. So we're going to go 1. Maybe what we should do is maybe we should go back. This is the one that we were trying to build up, by the way. Let's maybe try and build that one up. So we got 1, 2. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. Change this one up a little bit. I was listening to a podcast earlier. It was nice, and I love Bible discussions. Glory be to God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 is at the end of that knee. Actually, that foot would be right there. Foot would be right over there. Interesting. Man, it almost seems like I got something wrong up in here. I think I definitely did get something wrong. I just feel like that figure just does not seem like it would sit there like that, but I don't know, maybe it is. Like it feels like it's like so small, right? Huh. But it's supposed to work. I don't know. I'm like tripped out now. I probably got something wrong up in here. I wish we had like a crazy figure drawing, multi-figural drawing guy up in here I could ask a question with, huh? So now what we're gonna do, hopefully we can build the other figure up over here. It might be because I put it in this rectangle. There's something I think I'm doing wrong. There has to be. Huh. It's weird. I mean, what I maybe could do is I could just use this and just play. Maybe I'm supposed to use this one. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what I'm getting wrong. Interesting. Maybe I'm just supposed to use this one and bring that one out and then just push the character right there. I mean, that would probably make more sense, huh? Oh, you know what? I think I am building this wrong. I think I broke something. I don't think I'm actually supposed to split this in half. Wow. That changes that. Huh, interesting. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute, everybody. I think it's getting so late, everybody. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I think I'm actually just supposed to take it from this line and just build it down from there. Wow. I think I messed it up, everybody. I think I like overcomplicated it. And this is why, everybody, I do not do multi-figural scenes, because I am terrible at it. But it is kind of fun. It's kind of like figuring out a puzzle. How do we figure out this puzzle, everybody? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. Want to try and rest? It's a real late night. I know it's a real late night for me too. Oh my goodness, this is really craziness. You guys have a good one. Thank you for even stopping by, Dino. I really appreciate that you would even take the time have watched me struggle today. This is the straight just grind of me just trying to figure all this stuff out. That's better, okay. Why did I think I had to split that box in half? I don't understand. Okay, so yeah, that's how we're... Okay, so I don't even know why I was thinking that, but... No issue, good night, and God bless. Y'all, hope to catch you again. Adios, Dinah. Thank you, Dinah. I really appreciate that, man. I'm going to take this. I guess that is kind of weird, because now I'm going to have to bring this one and put it over here. Yeah, we could do that. Okay. So then we build up our 4 pivots right here, which I actually forgot I need to push this over here. This is our vanishing point, or not, our horizon line. Okay, so one, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. Okay, so this one is supposed to be like that. Man, I totally got something completely off when I was redoing this. It's very odd. I guess we could make him run and I don't know how we're going to do this. We could even just have it like him kneeling, but now it's almost like, I don't know if I'd do it that way. We could have him actually closer. Let's have him closer. So I guess that this does actually speed up the process, because look at that. If we wanted the figure right there, I could have just figured it out right there. And man, I could have just... But we kind of maybe want this even closer. Interesting. I'm at the point where I don't even care about the views or anything. And I've been that way for a while, but at this point I just want to figure this out. Wow, you can figure out so much stuff doing it this way. See, it's almost like, should I have you can have the hand on the axe. Huh. What about we have it like this? He puts his hand on the axe. And he's holding up the Bible. And then this guy's looking right there. Maybe we should do it that way. How would we do this? Such a hard topic. How do I promote loving our enemy, loving your neighbor as yourself? Guess maybe we could do it the other way too. What about this right here? Might just do the Bible thing and where he's reading it or something. What if there's like some other bodies back here? That'd be crazy, huh? We could do something like that, actually. Wow. We could put an entire figure opposite with his head. Man, that'd be insane. See what happens if we do something like that. Crafting this weird drawing, everybody. Shouldn't have probably seemed just crazy, but man, this drawing was hard. I want to just put a hog in the background. He's like a demon or something. Demons and angels. Now, I guess that would be interesting because I actually don't know the size of a hog to a man. Let's look that up real quick. What is the size of a hog? A boar. Wild boar size to human. Holy moly, these things are huge. Are you kidding me? Is that how big one is? No way is that thing that big. That thing is insane. Okay, so it's about this big. That thing is huge. Man, there are some huge... What the... Dude, these things are freaking massive. I think some of these are photoshopped. No, there's a lot of them though. I guess we could just make it a... Dude, you could put so many things in here. It's crazy. Just start drawing in perspective again. Perspective is gnarly because you can just like, dude, you just put, it's like after we built this up, now it's like, dude, you could like put so much crazy stuff in here. Okay, now I kind of want to, maybe what I should do is now I should, since we built this up, maybe what I should do now, because I guess it takes so long to establish these points. I mean, I kind of want to even go into the green pencil and then just do another layer on top. Not sure if I should do that though. Man, the stream has been super long. This is actually why I don't do the perspective stuff too, because I do generally know when I start getting into this perspective stuff, it just like, dude, these streams just end up becoming super long. Every time for some reason. Okay, so what I might do is maybe we'll just light box it on top and let's see what happens. As a quick layer. save this point. How I save it on here, by the way, is like this. And I save it like that. So if I take this off of this perspective point, I just line up these two dots right here. And this is what we built it on this thing. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go in once again and let's see what happens if we build it out the old way that we used to build things up. That's why I like doing the colored pencil layer. Oh, there's so much work we gotta do if we're gonna build this one up. It's actually an absurd amount of work. You should keep just drawing this one out. Guess we're just gonna build it up this way. I was like looking at the next layer I was gonna do. I was like, holy moly, I gotta redraw the entire thing then. Bambino. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm even drawing right now. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't had a drawing where I've just completely been stumped the entire time. And today was that drawing. But I kind of knew what I was getting myself into. But I almost forgot. And I almost forgot. I was like, this is actually why I don't do multi-figural scenes. But have a good one, Bambino. You have to see the struggle if you were... Anybody saw this, oh my goodness. This did not come easy. This was a straight just grind for me. Holy chabunga. Brutal. We might even just do a helmet right in the back because that figure's so small. You know what we could do? We maybe could have the hand on the shoulder, put this character a little bit closer and put the hand on the shoulder, which we might actually do. Let's do that maybe. Let's experiment with that. I'm also wondering if I have to put it in that vanishing point. That's something I'm actually not quite sure. I don't know what's wrong with this character in the background. It's so hard to do. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm wondering if I could even just push it like this. Like, do I have to push it in that vanishing point right there? I think I might have to. If I built all this up like that. What we could even do, we could even have this guy on a donkey or something. I mean, that would just be crazy. That is cool. How we can put the character back there. That character has been so hard to draw, man. I don't know why, but that character has been difficult. Let's try it again, I guess. Let's try not to give up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. There we go. You can have something like that. It's like this figure's so small, I don't know how I'm gonna try and draw the head, so I'm just gonna put a cloak on him and a halo. I can't put a leaf pack on this guy. This is brutal. Holy chapunga. It's gnarly. Try and make it a little lighthearted. Let's put a squirrel in here. And a rabbit. They're just like, what in the... What if we put a weapon here? Like he actually hurt this guy. And now this guy wants to kill this guy. What do you do in that situation? Are you to even love your enemies, even if this guy hurt you? I don't know, man. I'm tripped out. What if we put a bow in this guy's hand? It's almost like, are we even called to love our enemies even if they have hurt us? I guess that's kind of the moral of the question, right? We just put a freaking arrow how would I put an arrow up in here? What would you do? Come over on the other side. I wonder how many times a scene like this has happened, right? It's like this guy was trying to kill this guy. Now this guy wants to kill this guy. It's like, are we still called to love our enemies? Huh. I don't know. But I feel like this has occurred a lot in society. I mean, this is basically the premise of every single video game. Most video games. It's like you kill this guy because this guy was trying to hurt you. I don't know, right? I don't know how to answer this. Let's draw this boar, I guess. I don't even know if I'm going to put this one on the thumbnail. This one is just taking so long. It's just craziness. I guess it goes into forgiveness too. What would you do? That's like such an interesting dichotomy, huh? There's just freaking arrows in this thing too. This is gonna be insanity, bro. Oh my goodness, dude. Like, what in the world, bro? That'd be such a hard thing to do, I think. Could you forgive this person? He tried to kill you. But that's the weird thing in most premises in media. That's kind of the conflict. It's like the great conflict. Most people would just kill this guy because this guy tried to kill you. It's just like... It's like the great conflict, right? It's crazy, bro. What the... I don't know, everybody. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I've stared at this thing too long. I'm going crazy. I got crazy eye now. The great conflict. I mean, that's the crazy thing. Imagine if I just put a bunch of skulls. Just like, this is like the story of just, you know, wars and all sorts of stuff. It's just basically people not wanting to forgive one another. Just a mound of bodies in the background. Ages past. Great Conflict. Let's put a giant cross in the background. Good thing we saved it on this. Fudge, I just ripped that paper. Darn it. It's okay. No worries, it's all good. Doesn't matter. Put a giant cross back here. So it's cool, so I can put it in the perspective of this. So we have it placed in here. Okay, let's see here. Let's push this right here. So in theory, we can place this in here. What is this? The Great Conflict. That correctly in the perspective, bro. It's insane. cross in here. How hard is it to draw a cross? Like that one of the easiest things you could draw. It's like so many companies are scared of this symbol. Like, bro, it doesn't even take that long to put it in here. That's what I want to see. How crazy would ever just... It's like, man, it's so simple to put in there, right? It'd be crazy if every company just put in a little cross somewhere, just even hidden. I kind of want to just put a bunch of crosses in here now, which we can. We might as well. Let's just go all out. This is just going to be insanity right here. I'm just going to go full on just craziness. All the people that have died because of this great conflict right here. I mean, it would just be crazy to think about. Imagine seeing all the bodies that have died because of stuff like this. This very same scenario, but in different lives, different... Or if they're all just looking down. Yeah, this drawing is a gnarly, dude. This drawing is a trip. This thing is crazy, bro. What in the world? Oh, it feels like we're just tripping out drawing this thing. You're just like, what in the world is it? What the... This thing is insane. Holy chabango. Holy chadizolabaz. Freaking just swine just squealing. Dude, freaking boars are scary, man. These things are scary looking. No, I think this would actually be some of the hardest things to forgive. It's actually so crazy because this has killed millions and millions and millions of people if you really think about it. This conflict right here. This person hurt this person. Now this person wants to kill this person. Or how many people have died like that, dude? It's crazy, man. That trips me out thinking about it. I mean, there's probably bodies freaking piled up to miles and miles and miles up into the sky. Pretty gnarly. Pretty crazy to think about, man. Actually, I might be wrong on that, though, so take my words with a grain of salt. I do not know if that's actually how it is, but I would like to think that a lot of people have died this way, unfortunately. I'm gonna put the commandment one. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Because that is such a gnarly verse. You know, we can even put that into perspective. I kind of even want to do that. Like, how crazy would it be to put the actual Bible verse in perspective into that? That'd be gnarly. Maybe we might do that, I don't know. Dude, this music's gnarly. This is like, what, Desolus or something? No, this is Fellwood, I think. Dude, this is probably the reason why this drawing was so hard. It's such a gnarly topic, man. I did not think it was going to be this crazy. Holy moly, bro. This is like, I'm just tripping out, man. I'm like, what in the world was going on here? Put a bunch of skulls on here. And look at that little squirrel, man. It just wants peace. I wish I could somehow draw a little peace sign right there. Maybe it's going to be looking at peace. I need to seek peace and pursue it. Now, the reason why I have the little squirrel with it is because squirrels are known to plant seeds. Dude, that's so crazy. Look at that. It's like peace. Man, dude, this thing is freaking tripping me out, dude. This thing is crazy, dude. Like you're playing a gnarly RPG game, dude. Hopefully give God the glory. Let's try to make this Bible more prominent. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 7.5. This video keeps coming up. Hold on. Man, I'm tired, but I just want to finish this thing. Man, I kind of want to write the verse as it is in perspective, but I don't know. Maybe just having it like that might be better. Let's look up that one verse. Second greatest commandment. That's Matthew 22, ESV. Let's look at ESV. Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? And he said to them, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. The second is, this is the great and first commandment, and the second is like it, that you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Just write that one in there. And a second is like it, you shall love your neighbor. What does the KJV version say? What does the KJV version say of this one? Curious. Oh, it says basically the same thing. Oh wait, this is... I think I might do the KJV version. Let's see. Should I clean that up or should I just write it? I think I might just write it in there. It's kind because I kind of also want to keep that because that's how we built this up. And the second is like unto it. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Holy moly, this is the hardest drawing I feel like I've done in a very long time. This one is gnarly, bro. I redrew this one like 7 times today, bro. Holy moly. Period. On these... And these 2 commandments hang all the law and the prophets. it's crazy, dude. It totally fit in there. That is Matthew 22, 39 through 40. Matthew 22, 39 through 40. Matthew 22, 39 through 40. Lass Amy. I love the artwork. It's a gift you've curated so well. Wow, curated is a... I have not heard... You're the first person to tell me that. I'm actually... Today was actually a struggle. I'm not even... This drawing is actually probably one of the hardest drawings that I've ever done. Like, it was weird because I had this faint like idea of it. I'm like, all right, well, it's not going to be that hard. And then I basically just redrew this thing like 10 times today. Maybe like 7 times, maybe like 5 times. We could see all the iterations today. I'll show you them. Holy moly, dude. I drew this thing so many times. Holy chapanga. I guess we drew it 4 times. No, we drew it a lot. Holy moly. Okay, so this is the first rendition of it, which, holy moly, I really tried to do it. I mean, there are still some elements that we have in there. We got the squirrel, we got the rabbit, got this guy right here. Oh, I forgot I was going to put ravens. We could put those still in there. And then after that, we tried to build it up to this one. And this one was... I got messed up because I messed up the proportions because I didn't lay it in the perspective thing. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to see if I could draw it smaller. So then we drew this one. We tried to draw it smaller, but that one didn't work because I didn't put it into perspective that I tried to. And then we did this one. This is crazy. Then we did this one, and then I realized I drew it too small, and so then I took this one, and then I wish this was digital because I could have just lasso tooled and just made it bigger, and then we made it bigger, and then now here it is right here. And then so we drew it. Let's see here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is actually the fifth edition right here, 5th rendition of this idea. But this one's actually kind of gnarly because we have got this, I don't know, like angel or something, I really don't know. We got all these things. We got a little squirrel, the peace sign, a rabbit. Now here's the kicker of this whole thing, right? This guy, if you can see, he has a bow in his hand, right? And he has these arrows. He actually shot this guy, right? He was going to kill this guy. And now this guy wants to kill this guy. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, wow, there's a lot of people in history that have probably died because of this conflict right here. And it's kind of like the conflict of no one wants to forgive one another, right? And the other weird thing is, if you really think about it, a lot of media is actually kind of established on this conflict right here. This guy hurt you, let's kill that person, right? It's like, it's just so crazy, and just imagine all the souls that have just died because of this, you know? It's actually kind of almost unfathomable for me to even think about it, but it is actually really trips me out. I heard about you from another Christian streamer, forgot who. I like to write a journal, so I appreciate the joy of holding a pen to paper. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's I used to do a lot of digital artwork when I was younger. The thing is then my computer broke, and my parents didn't have the funds to get me another computer, so I just started drawing on paper. And then, like, that's kind of what started happening. That was, like, quite a while ago. And then ever since then, what was really weird is I'm actually kind of glad I just started drawing on paper, because that was before all of the AI stuff that started happening, right? The crazy thing about the whole AI thing is, like, I'll even see it on Reddit and stuff. People are like, oh, is this AI? To, like, artists, you know? And they're like, what in the world, bro? I literally painted this out. And some people can't tell. It's actually the scary point right now. People are having trouble distinguishing what has been done by AI and what has been done by a person, right? And that's what's really crazy. This is probably one of the most intricate scenes that I've done, though. I will say that the scene is quite intricate. I'll try and clean it up. It's almost like I'm just addicted to just trying to, like, figure out this problem. So I couldn't give it up. Sorry to hear your PC broke, but I'm pleased good came from it. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I still have a computer now, but it was actually so crazy because I actually used to play, like, because at the time I was playing so much WoW, you know, like so much WoW. It was crazy. It actually got to the point where I'd actually draw, like I was so addicted to WoW, like I would just draw like the quest givers and stuff. And I would almost like play WoW, but like play WoW on paper. Now the crazy thing is this actually is built up on a perspective grid, which I have it right here. So I can show you. This is built up on a perspective grid, so if we look underneath this is actually a perspective grid that we've created. And see this big circle right here? This circle is actually the cone of vision, and this is how a human eyeball works, right? It works on a cone of vision within perspective points. I haven't used this in a long time, in a very, very long time. The reason why I don't like doing the perspective is it just takes so long. Normally I like to do a drawing in like, you know, an hour or two. But it seems like when I use the perspective grid, it just turns out to be like just multi-hour drawing. Every time it seems like it's like that, and it's because it's like I start thinking so much more about, oh, I can add this or this or this or this. I had a WoW addiction for a year. Didn't play now. Don't play now. Yeah, I've been used to play a lot of that game. I will say this is actually one of the gnarliest drawings that I've done, I think. There is another one that it's actually somewhat reminded me of, and it's reminded me of this other gnarly one. Let me see if I can find it. Because generally my drawings have been kind of cheesy. I just generally just draw a character, armor, god, or something like that. But there is this one, if I can find it up in here. Which I don't really can find. I have too many drawings up in here. Might be in process. But it's like this black, it's about the Black Horseman. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. It might be in my process sheet up in here. Probably. Oh yeah, here it is. So this one actually does kind of remind me of this one. This one is a drawing I did a long time ago, but it was about the Black Horseman of Revelations. Now what's interesting about the Black Horseman, and this is actually how we built it up, by the way. We did all these little drawings. I drew this one out a lot too. Did this one, and then this, and then that one, and then this final layer. I think the part that intrigued me about the Black Horseman is, I mean, I've wrote it right here. It says, when he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, come, and I looked, and behold, a black horse, and its rider had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the four creatures saying, a quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine. Now, it's kind of weird if we think about this. Now, a lot of people, if you look up commentaries and stuff, a lot of people, or just if you look up, like, what does oil mean, right? And the thing is that what's weird about the Black Horseman is the Black Horseman represents famine, right? Like a starvation of the lands, right? And it's weird because if you actually look up any documentary on what happens if oil runs out, oil is so tied into our food industry. What transports food? What makes what harvests our food? A lot of it is due to oil, right? And now that's just my own take on the matter. I might be completely wrong on that. But yeah. The human mind is an incredible thing, but no wonder when we're made in the image of God. Lots of time and thought goes into your drawings. I guess not. I mean, there's some of them. I'm going to be honest. Not many of these are like this. This is actually a very, very rare one, because generally I just kind of just draw like a character, and those ones are much, like, probably tenfold easier because I can just draw it and then I just kind of just like play a video game. I'm just like, oh, well, I could put this armor piece or something on it, right? It kind of just feels like an RPG game at that point. Now this one, it's like, it's much more, I got to think about. I really had to think about this one. The character ones, I do think a lot, but it's not in the degree of this one. The characters I feel like are a bit more sustainable. This is just craziness. I feel like. A picture says 1,000 words, as the saying goes. I think it's a good thought to ponder upon. Now, it is interesting thinking about that, right? Because I was, if you look up some, like, documentaries on, like, the spreading of Christianity throughout history and stuff like that, what I found interesting is there was a couple documentaries. I mean, it wasn't actually just one documentary. There's like a couple documentaries that say this. That back in the day, like back in history and stuff, a large portion of society were actually illiterate, right? And they were like, they couldn't understand the Bible. If you even showed them words, they didn't even understand how to read, right? And it was weird because this is why certain Christian sects started, learning about drawing and painting and this stuff, because they were trying to spread the gospel to people that were illiterate. It's kind of weird to think about. I have DVDs about that subject, plus lots on Prime Video are available. Huh. I think I might draw a couple more skulls, and I'm going to call it a day. I should have been done almost 5 hours ago. This is insanity. sometimes I do get a little stubborn. I'm just like, man, I just want to figure it out. Sometimes I'm like that. This is a boar, by the way. Boars are scary. Now this kind of reminds me of like the Legion or something. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and holy moly, I haven't even been looking at the time. I need to go to bed. I'm gonna just take this, I'm gonna do a little thumbnail and call it a day. Because this is just ridiculous. I'm gonna turn off all the doodads. Doodad, doodad, doodad. I'm gonna turn off the chat, doodad. I'm gonna put on the wood thing. Let's put this on the wood thing. And where's the wood thing? Here's the wood thing. See, here's a drawing this is the stuff that I normally do. And you can tell I really like doing these ones a lot more because they're a lot easier. But once I get into multiple figure stuff, that's when it gets very, very challenging for me. And I also use this wood thing with these little clip things to kind of like take a picture of it. Otherwise it like kind of like the paper like folds up and stuff. So then let me change the music up in here. Place it back in the beginning. Okay, so here's some details. We got a little peace sign right here because squirrels are known to plant, or I guess some say squirrels just forget about the seeds and they plant things, but it's kind of a motif. I actually think I even see it on this one. I drew a squirrel with a peace sign. And I kind of like tried to think about it like there's this weird conflict. This guy, this arrow guy tried to shoot this guy. Now this guy's mad and wants to kill this guy. But then it's also like we're supposed to treat our neighbor we're supposed to love our neighbor as ourselves. We got Matthew 22:39 through 40. The second is like unto it, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these 2 commandments hang all the law and the prophets. I also have kind of like this, which is kind of a weird thing. It kind of reminds me of like Legion, because the demons went into the swine. And yeah. Now I'm going to get a thumbnail of this. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And holy moly. This drawing was brutal, everybody. I apologize. Anybody that's watched this stream, people probably just think I'm crazy now. Cause like, I knew, like, it was weird because I was like, you know what? I want to do a hard drawing today. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then as I was like halfway in the drawing, I was like, wait a minute. This is why I don't do these drawings, because they're just so frustrating. But it looks like I'm out of here. And I appreciate anybody. I really do appreciate anybody that spent the time. I apologize if I've said anything wrong. You guys get to see mistakes and all. And today, if there's anything, holy moly, this stream right here is just littered with mistake after mistake after mistake until I finally figured out what I was doing wrong. But I'm out of here. Alas, Amy, farewell. Continue to try your best and have fun, everybody. And glory be to God. Let us continue to seek first the kingdom of God, and let us continue to find ways to edify and encourage one another. And I'm out of here. Farewell.